Hello. All right, good morning. Make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. But it's good to have you guys here and on the stream today. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time today. Most of you probably finished it already. It's a shorter lesson, shorter student work. So I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes to work on that. If you've already finished that, or if you finished your homework from last night, which it should already be finished, we're turning that in now as well. So discipline learners, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here, mark you as present, and make sure you turn in that homework. It was writing your verse, John 6, verse 27, 4 times. Turn that in, and then also work on that student work for about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back to start our lesson. All right, welcome back, distant learners. Okay, make sure everything else is put away other than Bible. If it was homework, it should have been done at home or in your free time. All right, we're not doing a lot today. Should be a short lesson for the most part. Okay, we talked about these things. Okay, the kind of outline yesterday, and we're going to be really looking at that first part today. Okay, the setting. Okay, this lesson talks about those first three: the setting, command, and unbelief. In the next lesson, next week, we're going to talk about the last four parts of this. It's a two-part lesson. Okay, but today we're going to be talking about the setting. If you'd like to open up your Bibles to John chapter 6 and verse 22. John chapter 6 and verse 22. We read it yesterday. We're going to read it again today. Also remember, our memory verse is which verse? John 6 what? 27. Be ready for that on Thursday as well. Okay, but the setting. Okay, pretty easy. We're going to read it quickly. Verse 22, verse 25. Okay, it says this: the day following, when the people which stood on the other side of the sea saw that there was none other boat there, save that one whereinto his disciples were entered, and that Jesus went not with the disciples into the boat, but that his disciples were gone away alone. Howbeit there came other boats from Tiberias nigh unto the place where they did eat bread, after that the Lord had given thanks. When the people therefore saw that Jesus was not there, neither his disciples, they also took shipping and came to Capernaum, seeking for Jesus. In verse 25, the last verse for today, again, I told you today's lesson is not very long. Okay, and when they had found him on the other side of the sea, they said unto him, Rabbi, when camest thou hither? Okay, the first part of our lesson, okay, that are kind of adding to the introduction of yesterday, is the setting. Okay, the setting. Okay, we see first our pictures. Okay, kind of give us a picture example. Okay, he was in this area, okay, before this time. We've read in John chapter 6 and those verses from last lesson, verse 1, verse 17. Verse 1, it says, after these things, Jesus went over the Sea of Galilee, which is the Sea of Tiberias. Okay, so we know he went over the sea that time in verse 1, starting in chapter 6. Okay, verse 17, continue reading, it says, and entered into a ship and went over the sea toward Capernaum. Okay, so we see Jesus going back and forth on the Sea of Galilee, also known as Sea of Tiberias. Okay, back and forth through these different verses. Okay, first we see him go from Capernaum to Synabaris. Okay, then we see him later go from Capernaum to Gergesa, also known as Kursi, okay, and back to Capernaum. Later on in verse 17 and then 18, says, and the sea arose by reason of the great wind. Okay, that's where Jesus walked on water. We just talked about that last lesson. Okay, and then the verses we're in right now, okay, we see Jesus goes to Bethsaida, which is also part of Capernaum. Okay, but all going back, after he did something, where did he go back to? Capernaum. Okay, that's why, again, these are just more picture examples. This is what it would actually look like, the distance of where he'd be sailing from one place to another. Okay, but he'd always go back to Capernaum. Okay, that was the kind of common city he would always go back to after traveling. Okay, so people couldn't find him after this miracle. Remember, they're like, hey, we just ate the bread. Okay, we just saw this miracle. We want to find Jesus. Okay, they're looking for him. They can't find him. Okay, they couldn't even find the disciples really. Okay, they saw the disciples sailing, but they still couldn't find Jesus. So they go back to what city? Capernaum. Okay, Capernaum. Okay, which verse in the verses that we just read indicate the exact location of this event? Do you guys know? What? You said 24? Okay, yes and no. Okay, it was kind of a trick question. Okay, when we read the Bible, okay, even when I'm teaching it or you guys are reading it, right? Okay, there's always context before and after a verse. Yes? There's more to the story. Okay, right now we're covering a small part. Okay, but it was kind of a trick question. You guys haven't read it yet. Okay, we're going to see later on in this passage in John chapter 6, okay, the exact location of where he was. Okay, go all the way, scroll down, skip a few verses, and go to verse 57, I believe. Or 59, sorry, 59. John chapter 6 and verse 59. It says this, these things said he in the what? The synagogue. So we know specifically right where Jesus was. He was in Capernaum, which we see in verse 24 and in verse 29 or 59. Okay, but he's in the what? The synagogue. Okay, we're going to read that later on. Okay, that's towards the end of the chapter. Okay, but he's in the synagogue in Capernaum. Okay, go figure. Not really shocked, right? Being the Son of God, where did he go? The place of worshiping his Father. Okay, that's where he was, and that's where he found him. This would have kind of been like the synagogue at that time. Okay, I'm pretty sure that picture's in your book as well. Okay, this would be that exact area in Capernaum. Okay, the synagogue's kind of run down now. Okay, but this is the outside. This is the building that is said to be this synagogue. Now, it could have been obviously redone a little bit, kept up a little bit. It might have been all gone by now. Okay, but this is said to be the area of the synagogue in Capernaum. Okay, but we see the setting. First, he's in Capernaum, but he's in the synagogue. We see that in verse 59. Okay, I believe in your guys' book on page 272 and 273, okay, were those maps. If you guys need to know those, we might need to know a little bit about locations for our quiz on this. Okay, but page 272 and 273, I believe there should be some pictures of Capernaum in those pictures I just showed you. But we just read verse 17, okay, talking about Capernaum. We also read verses 25 through 25. Okay, Capernaum is on the other side of the sea, okay, where the feeding of the 5,000 occurred. Okay, that was the first picture we showed. Okay, it had Capernaum, had an arrow going all the way across the sea. Okay, that's where the feeding of the 5,000 was. Okay, that's where after he fed them, okay, he left and he went back to this place of Capernaum. Okay, that means the feeding of the 5,000 took place on a small mountain or hill on the southern or eastern side of the Sea of Galilee. Okay, more likely near the town of Bethsaida, okay, which we talked about, which is east of Capernaum. Okay, just go back to that map for you guys. I guess I don't really need to go all the way back. Okay, but you see Bethsaida kind of east. Okay, that one picture would have showed you kind of the location. You want to know that. Where was the most likely events of the feeding of 5,000? It was Bethsaida. Okay, so Capernaum would be kind of where the arrow's going. Bethsaida would be where the dot is. Okay, you kind of see the difference in location and the coast of that sea. Okay, but first we see the synagogue. Okay, but as we continue reading, we're also going to see the time. Okay, this event occurred the day what? This event in Capernaum, when the people found him, the day what? In verse 22 it says this, the day following, the day after, pretty common sense, the day after the feeding of the 5,000. No doubt they went to their homes on the night before this event with the exciting news of the miraculous mass feeding and their plans to find Christ the next day and make them their king. Okay, this is our setting. Okay, we see it's in Capernaum. We see it's at the synagogue, okay, a place of worshiping God. Okay, and we see these people, okay, they just saw this miracle. They ate of this bread. Okay, they saw this miracle of creation. They go home after being, the Bible said, filled. Okay, they were filled. They went home. Okay, and as they're home, maybe they went to their families. Okay, maybe they're hanging out with their friends. They're like, hey, man, you want to know what we need to do? That guy, Jesus, that just did this miracle, man, that miracle was so, like, wow. Okay, we need to make him our king. Okay, that's what these people were saying as they go home. Okay, kind of paraphrasing, okay, and making up like kind of the dialogue of what would have happened that night. The Bible doesn't tell us. Okay, and they all go home and they're talking about this miracle. And like, hey, we need to make this Jesus our king. Okay, saying he's the Son of God. We need to make him our king. He needs to rule us, free us from captivity. He has this power. Okay, so after that night, the Bible tells us the day following, they got a night's rest. The day following, they were finding Jesus. That was their goal. They're searching for Jesus. Okay, but were they? The question is, were they searching him for the right reasons? We know the answer. No. Why were they searching him? They wanted to crown him king. Okay, they wanted him to rule them. Okay, and we see that in this setting, the time. Okay, it was done to be the day following from that miracle. We saw that in verse 22. Okay, what anticipation must have existed among the crowd the next morning as they gathered? Okay, so they had the miracle, they had the feeding of the 5,000, they go home. The next morning, they're like, hey, let's all rally together. Let's all come together. Let's meet up at 6 a.m. in the morning, and we're all just going to go. Okay, just like, okay, I know this is kind of opposite, okay, but just like in a TV show or movie, right? A child goes missing. What happens when a child goes missing? If it's a small town or something. Someone calls the cops or the sheriff. They find out. Everyone in the town comes together, right, in the TV show, and they all go in the woods looking for this missing child, right? Whether you've seen a TV show like that or not, if you've seen, like, Criminal Minds or something, it's happened, okay? They're all searching for who? The missing child, okay, the person that they need to find. So imagine, okay, the feeding of the 5,000 having at least 5,000 people. Let's just say half of them came to gather together. 2,500 people come to gather together in the morning. And they said, all right, guys, they're having a rally. We're going to find Jesus. We're going to make him our king. Okay, they're getting pumped, and then they're going out to find Jesus. But as I've already said, not for the purpose that he's come here for us, but just for the purpose for themselves. Like, hey, he can free us. Hey, he can rule us. Okay, they wanted him for themselves rather than what he was actually there for. So we see this timing. Okay, no doubt everyone was asking if anyone had seen the miracle worker. Hey, have you seen Jesus? Hey, Michelle, on your way here, did you see Jesus? Hey, Emma, did you see Jesus? Because I know we're not on our phone, or else I'm going to take it, put it away. All right, just make sure the phone's away. When it's propped up like that in your book, I'm going to assume you're on it. Okay, thank you. Okay, but they're looking for Jesus. Hey, have you seen Jesus? Hey, have you seen Jesus? Hey, we're looking for him. We're going to crown him our king. Have you seen him? And we see this setting. Okay, maybe a boat arrived from Capernaum with the news that he had been seen in the synagogue. Okay, maybe someone came into Capernaum saying, hey, I know where Jesus is. Yeah, he's in the synagogue. Okay, maybe that happened. Or maybe the crowd decided that he must have gone back to his headquarters. Okay, he probably spent a lot of time there. Given he's the Son of God, he would go somewhere to worship his Father, to talk to his Father. Okay, so maybe they thought, maybe he's there, so we'll go check. Nevertheless, the people piled into their boats from Bethsaida and wherever they came from to the city of Capernaum and headed across the sea and found him in the what? Where did they find him? I've already said it like 100 times. The synagogue. Okay, and after they found him, they immediately wanted to know how and when he had crossed the sea. Did you guys see it? In verse 25, and when they had found him on the other side of the sea, they said unto him, Rabbi, when camest thou hither? When did you get here? How did you get here? You didn't go on a boat. No one saw you. You didn't come in a port because no one saw you. How did you get here? Okay, they asked him that question. This is our setting. Okay, and tomorrow, I told you it's a short lesson. Tomorrow we're going to talk about this command. The command of Jesus, his response. Hey, how did you get here? Well, you idiots. That's what he's kind of going to tell them. Hey, you guys haven't been listening the whole time. I didn't do the miracle for you guys just to be filled, for you guys just to wow at me and want to make you your king. And again, this whole lesson is about Jesus portraying what? He's the what? The bread of life. He said, hey, you guys were filled physically, but man, I'm trying to fill you guys spiritually. I'm trying to be there for you spiritually. Not only manna or bread, okay, to sustain you for a little while. Being a king is temporary, as I'm sure you guys seen in other history classes. Okay, being a king is temporary, whether 1 year or 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, it's temporary. You rule temporary. Jesus is here to live and rule us for a whole life. He's here to walk with us day by day, to be our light, to be our bread of life for us. Okay, and tomorrow we're going to talk about that a little bit more in verse 26 through 29 over the command. Okay, that is it for the lesson. Tomorrow we'll pick up with that. There will be no homework tonight, okay, but make sure you're finishing that booklet. I've given you plenty of time in class, whether you've used that time wisely to finish that in class. Okay, make sure when we're doing Bible, you're doing Bible. Okay, if you're done with Bible, then you can work on something else. Make sure you're doing that. Okay, there is no versus homework either, but make sure those are done by Thursday. Those will be due Thursday like normal. And then Friday we'll have our quiz over this lesson. We probably will finish this lesson on Wednesday, maybe a little bit on Thursday, but most of it we should be able to finish tomorrow. Any questions? That is it for today. We just had the setting. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the command. And then Thursday will be really quick about the unbelief of the people. All right, distance learners, we'll see you next hour for economics. You have to do some work yourself there, Emma. Because I know how much you like to do that. First test for economics. First test for economics. We've taken like 2 or 3 quizzes, and then first test. All right, welcome, distant learners. We're going to pray. Make sure you throw your name back in the chat so I know you're here for this class. It's good to see Jake this hour. Make sure everyone else put your name back in the chat. We're going to just be studying this hour for our test tomorrow. It's going to be over chapters 1 through 3. So make sure we're writing stuff down. Distant learners, if you make a study sheet as well, you can always get a little extra bonus on the test. So that's what this hour can be used for, to start that study sheet. Then you can continue to make a study sheet throughout today for reviewing, and then turn that in when you turn in the test. All right, but before we start, any prayer requests? Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken, help the volleyball team as they're going to be sore this week. Your first game is next Tuesday. You're welcome, Jayleen. I got it moved. Yeah. Next Tuesday is your first game against Lighthouse at Lighthouse. So we're going to do as much as we can in a week. Yeah. It's kind of just how this league makes it. I think they should do volleyball in the fall, but that's just me. All right. Is that it? Any other prayer requests? Emma, how's your grandparents doing? Good? All right. Jason's doing okay. He says I'm always like, is it any better? He's like, no. I think it's getting better, but the cast is still on, so pray for that. Hopefully it's quick. All right, pray for the basketball team as we have our last, well, it's not really a season game, but it is a season game. Our last game today, for that safety of travel and everything as well. All right, let's pray, and then we will begin. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for all the blessings you give us on a daily basis, Lord. Just starting with life itself and allowing us just to be able to be here and be healthy. Please help all those who are home, whether they're not feeling well or whether they just don't feel safe to come to school or whether they just don't want to be here. Please allow them to remain diligent, Lord, and make sure they remember the purpose of having school and distant learning, Lord, for them to be the best student they can be, to be able to further themselves for their future, be able to help all the students here, Lord, to continue just being strong, as I know this last stretch, certainly for the seniors, is going to be tough to stay focused. They're just waiting for the next step in life. So please just bless them, Lord. Continue to give them patience and wisdom through this process. Also, please help any unspoken that are in the room, Lord. You know all of our hearts and thoughts. You know what we need every day through every situation. So just be there for all of us. Please help Kylie, Lord, specifically. Just whatever it may be, just be there for her. Show yourself to her and just bless her. Give her wisdom and strength and patience, whatever she may need in that situation. Also continue to bless Emma's grandparents, Lord. Continue to allow them to get better and recovering. Also, please help Jason, Lord, as it's kind of an annoyance for him to have with his wrist and the cast. Please just allow that to be a quick recovery, and after it's done, for it to be completely healed. Bless the volleyball team, Lord, as they're just starting. I know there's not a lot of time for them to get in practice at school, for them to be able to practice some at home, whether they need to get in better condition or they need to work on their skills. Please just allow them to work hard and just have a great season together. I know it's not under the best circumstances, Lord, but we're thankful that we're able to have a season. Please just thank you for that. Please help the basketball team, Lord, as we travel today for probably our last game of the season, for us to just be able to learn and have fun today, be able to learn over this off season how to be better basketball players and be better people. Bless this class as a review for our test tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, good to see Christian Halsey. You're on the stream. Good to see Jake, Tori. Make sure, Cormel, make sure you throw your name back in the chat so I know you're here, because it says there's only 3 viewers, so you're probably not. Ellie's a no-show? No-show today? I don't know. I was just asking. She wasn't on the stream. Hopefully she can make it. All right. Let's see. Where do I want to begin? Okay, there's still the normal stuff that's usually on here, the format. You have some multiple choice. We'll go over those first, I guess. Okay, questions like this. There's quite a few people and terms that we learned. Okay, it is over chapters 1 through 3, so everything we've done up to this point. Okay, we talked about the wealth of nations. Who wrote the Wealth of Nations? Adam Smith is correct. Oh, speaking of Ellie, there she is. Welcome, welcome. We just started reviewing for our test tomorrow for economics. Okay, but yes, who wrote the Wealth of Nations? Adam Smith. Okay, another question is, what type of economy is directed by customs and habits? Perfect. Okay, the hint is you could just say habits. Okay, what economy is made from habits? A traditional economy. Okay, what type of good is a forklift that is used to transport imported goods within a warehouse? What type of good would that be? So like goods, talking about like, is it a producer good? Is it a consumer good? Is it an imported good? Or is it a capital good? What would the forklift be considered as? What type of good is a forklift that is used to transport imported goods within a warehouse? It is capital. Okay, is being used for imported goods. That is capital. That one might be a little bit trickier, so write that down. Okay, you might want to review all those different types of goods. Okay, also, what type of good is a computer that is used for personal home use? There you go. Okay, consumer. Okay, you're using it for your personal self. It is consumer. I'm a consumer. That is a consumer good. What type of economy would a communist-controlled country have? Perfect. Command economy. Don't answer all of them, Esther, and make some of the other students try. So answer like 1 out of 3. That'd be fair. Let's see. What type of economy is directed by government? Command. I already asked that one, huh? No, I didn't. Oh, that's going to be real easy for you guys. There's basically 2 questions about command economy. You're back to back. Well, they might not be back to back on the test, but. So know that. That's pretty easy. Let's see. What type of economy is directed by, we considered it called an invisible hand? Free market, good. Okay, we talked about that. Okay, that man that wrote and talked about the invisible hand. Okay, that is a free market economy. Who used his resources wisely to make gunpowder for President Jefferson? Remember, he started in France, his family did, then he moved to America. Yep, okay, it's multiple choice, so you should be able to see it, but it's E. I. DuPont. Okay, but you could just know his last name. But that is multiple choice, so you don't need to know it by heart. But no, it's E.I. DuPont, because on the test there will be 2 DuPonts. So be familiar with that. Just know it's not Pierre Samuel, it's E.I. What term refers to a person that owns a share of some business that produces goods? What term refers to a person that owns a share of some business that produces goods? Distributor, supplier, capitalist, or entrepreneur? It is capitalist. Make sure some of us that aren't answering try to answer at least, as I am trying to help you study, but I want participation. If it's just 2 or 3 people, then you guys can study on your own. Let's see. Okay, there's a few more questions in multiple choice, but those ones should be pretty easy. Okay, there is also a modified true and false section, just as usual. Okay, questions like this. True or false? A mixed, you're looking at that term, mixed. A mixed economy provides barely enough to keep a society alive. True or false? It's false. What is it? Subsistence. You're close. Subsistence. Okay, I kind of remember it. Subsistence It needs assistance. So sub, someone has to sub in. Okay, subsistence, barely alive. Okay, true or false? All people are said to be producers or people who use goods. Good, that's an easy one. It is consumers. We're all considered consumers. We consume stuff. Just like Emma's consuming a Coke right now. Yes, this early in the morning. Let's see. Also questions like, true or false, according to economists, the factors of production are scarce. That is true. Okay, basically saying, okay, we never have enough for everyone. If you guys ever need me to quickly repeat one, just holler at me. Okay, true or false, state capitalism is a system in which the government controls most of the capital. It is true. Okay, true or false, the prosperity and efficiency of the market economy is owed to its foundation of limited government, freedom of enterprise and competition, and natural resources. The word you're looking at is natural resources. True or false? I'll say it again. It's a little bit longer one. The prosperity and efficiency of free market. Okay, we talked about that in the notes. Prosperity and efficiency of a free market economy is owed to its foundation of limited government, freedom of enterprise and competition, and natural resources. True or false? False. What is it? Someone said like half of it. Property what? Property rights is correct. Oh, I couldn't hear it. It's hard. It's hard with the masks. I'm sure it's hard for you guys to hear me sometimes. Okay, property rights. That's why I try to talk loud and clearly. Property rights. Okay, just a hint on the true and false. Okay, there are only 3 false questions. We had just covered all of them. The rest are true. That's just a little bonus hint. Maybe you'll remember that tomorrow. Maybe you won't. Okay, they're all true but 3, and we just covered a few true and all the false ones. I mean, you could, man. You could. Be a little lazy, but you could. I mean, it's efficient. You wouldn't really know all your facts, but it's okay. Okay, there also is a matching section as usual. I told you it's pretty normal and standard format. Okay, our matching, I'm going to tell you all the terms that are on that. You're going to have to look up what these terms mean. Okay, we have demand. What is demand? The amount of a what? Good. That is bought at a certain price under certain conditions. Know that, but no, it's the amount of a good. Okay, that is demand. Know what an economic model is. An economic model. What is an economic model? You'll have to look it up if you don't know, because I'm not telling you the answer. Basically, what is a model for? It seeks to do what? To show you something or represent. So that's a hint in the description. A model is trying to show you something. Shows a relationship. Okay, also know what are goods. What are goods? They're items for who? There you go. How do we get goods? We pay for them. Pretty common sense. Okay, know what imperialism is. Okay, we talked about that. And where did it come from? What was imperialism? You guys remember the purpose of imperialism? Who was it supposed to benefit? The mother country. That's a big hint. Okay, the imperialism was originally established to support, okay, or benefit the mother country. You want to know that? Yep. Just know it is for the benefit of mother country. That would be key. Okay, we also talked about micro and macroeconomics. Know the difference between those two, microeconomics and macroeconomics. Okay, microeconomics deals with what? Micro. Okay, the smaller the individuals, the more specific. Macroeconomics deals with what? National, good. Federal. I mean, pretty common sense. Micro meaning smaller, deals with the smaller stuff. Macro deals with the larger national things. Should be a pretty easy test. What else? What else? Okay, we've already mentioned this in the test, but know what mercantilism is. What is mercantilism? I will tell you, it is an economic system which aims to what? To accumulate what? There you go. Yep, gold and silver is your hint. Okay, basically it was a system that was built to accumulate gold and silver. Or rare metals, but mainly gold and silver at that time. But yes, other rare metals too. Okay, but no, that's what mercantilism was for. If you see gold and silver, that is the correct answer. Let's see, what other one might trip you guys up? Okay, know what service is, know what supply is, value and wants. Okay, I'll say those again, but all those ones are pretty easy. Know what service is. Remember, that's the intangible item for which people are expected to pay for. Supply, what is supply? Okay, that refers to the quantity of a good for sale at a certain price. The value of something is starts with W, the worth that consumers attach to a good, the value of something. And the want is just basically something we want. Okay, we talked about that. Want and need. We'll need to know that as well. Yeah. All right, that is it for the matching. Those are all the terms that are on there. So make sure you know those. Be ready for those. Most of them are pretty easy. Maybe one or two of them might trip you up, so make sure you pay attention to those details I gave you. Okay, there are some short answer questions. I think most of them are easy except these two, so I'll ask the two hardest ones first and then the easier ones. Okay, but who was the founder of the Austrian School of Economics? You can just know his last name, but it's Karl what? Close. Starts with an M. Karl. No.
I don't want to say it if I don't know it.
Just, we'll throw a guess. Who is the founder of the Austrian School of Economics? We need to know it. If you don't know it, write it down. Find it in your notes. His first name's Karl, but you need to know his last name. Starts with an M. You're close. You're on your way to the right answer. You're on your road to the right answer. Yeah, no. That is correct, but you need to be able to know it. Okay, know that one. Emma just spelled it out. Okay, also the harder one I thought might be on here. If you spell it wrong, I'll forgive you. Just make sure it's at least close enough. What French phrase, often connected with economics, means let things alone? Laissez faire. Okay, know that one. Laissez faire. Okay, that one is a little bit harder. Okay, but try to be as close as you can. If it's like way off, then I'll probably mark it wrong. If it's just like a little off. What? Not laser warfare. Anyone need me to repeat that one? You guys good? Okay, the easier questions and the short answer, you have questions like this. Okay, economics is the study of the choices that individuals and societies make concerning what activities involving goods. What are the three things? Talking about economics. We talked about economics deals with these three things. Boom, boom, boom. Say it out loud nice and strong again. Okay, those are the three things you need to know. Production. Okay, we produce. Distribution. We import and export. And the consumption. Okay, know that. That's what it's talking about. Production, distribution, and consumption. Okay, another easy one. What are taxes that governments apply only to imported goods? Tariffs. Okay, that was an easy one as well. Everyone got that? You need me to repeat it? Yay or nay? I'll take that as a nay. Silence means nay to me. Let's see. This one should be pretty easy too. Who were the French group of 18th century economists who believed the market should be guided by the rule of nature? Physiocrats. Physiocrats. That's how you spell it. Should be pretty easy. Physiocrats. That one should be pretty easy as well. Okay, there are a few more short answer questions. I'm not going to really go over them. Okay, but I'll go over this one. This one might trip you up a little bit, I guess. Not really, I don't think. The value associated with any good is directly related to what two things? The value associated with any good. Scarcity and utility. Okay, that one might be a little bit harder. Okay, scarcity and utility. Okay, I'm not going to have anyone say it. You guys should already know these. Okay, what are the 4 factors of production? We talked about them all this chapter. You'll want to know all 4 of those. Okay, information is not one of them. Because we know information, right, Michelle? You guys have cell phones, like all of you. You have Google. No. Because sadly, that is the next question on the test. The last question is short answer. What do some economics list as the 5th factor of production? So, I mean, you get 2 points because each one's worth like 2 points. And you should already know that then. All right, there are 2 essays on this test. Yay. There are 2. I'm about to tell you. I always try to tell you guys the essays. That allows you to study. Make sure you don't memorize Quizlet, though. Because if you memorize Quizlet, you will fail. Because that is cheating. At least be smart enough to paraphrase. Okay, the first essay is this. Explain how the free market principles found in Adam Smith's work. Explain how the free market principles found in Adam Smith's work have helped to shape American history. Okay, we talked about it in the notes. You might want to go back in the book. There's a whole section on Adam Smith. Okay, how did he affect American history? His idea of free market principles, how did those affect American history? Okay, these are a little bit longer essays. Okay, it's not like a 2-sentence essay. You're going to need like 3 to 4 sentences explaining that. Okay, you can use stuff from the notes. There's a lot of information in the book. Okay, most of it is what we covered in class. Some of it, okay, to the detail. Might be some other details you can add. But you will need at least 5 points worth for each essay. So that means if you bomb the essays, you get your highest grade is a 90. Okay, the second essay. This one's a little bit easier. First part of the question is, why did the Pilgrims' original economic plan fail? Okay, we've talked about that. Why did the Pilgrims' original economic plan fail? Why did it fail? Okay, basically they failed, or they did not provide people with the incentive to work to produce needed goods. Okay, they didn't have any incentive. It was just kind of like, hey, we're here, whatever. Okay, let's start life. Okay, there was no incentive or direction. Okay, that was the main failure, but you have to elaborate on that. That's the first part of the question. The second part, what did they change and why did this change help them succeed? Okay, so first part, why were Pilgrims failures? Okay, second part, what did they change? So they failed, what did they change and why did they change it? To help them succeed. Okay, that one should be a little bit easier, but again, you need like 3 to 4 sentences. Each one's worth 5 points. Okay, the second one's an easy way to get 5 points, or an easy way if you don't do it, because some of you just leave them blank. Okay, that's awful. Don't do that. At least try to get some points. All right, that is the majority of the test. I try to help everyone out in the test, probably more than I should. Okay, but I want to help you guys. Make sure you can succeed. You still do have to study. Okay, make sure you study. Okay, make sure you add more to your sheet. You can't turn in what you just did for a study sheet. You need to at least add a little bit more. Like the matching section I gave you, you could probably write in stuff for that. Okay, That is it. Okay, there is no homework. Are there any questions? Okay, that test is tomorrow. It's your first test for economics. It could really change your grade. Or, okay, make sure you do well on the tests. Tests are heavily weighted in our school. Yes, ma'am. How many questions total? 45 and then the 2 essays. There's 45 and then the 2 essays. Basically. All right, any questions? All right, distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. We'll have that test tomorrow. I'll probably send it out either tonight or in the morning. Let me know if you have any questions. Make sure, some of you have not turned in a lot of work. Make sure you are turning that in or else you receive a 0. Okay, for some of you, it's been a long time since you've turned in work. Okay, so make sure you turn it in. Sadly, I'll probably have to put 0s for a lot, but I'm giving you a little more time to at least get half credit. Okay, you need to do all your work. If you don't know your work, it is your job to get the work. Okay, it's not my job to tell you like a 5-year-old every single day what your work is. Okay, it's your job to get it if you missed it. All right, let me know if you have questions. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Whoa, hello. All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to be on page 249, but we're going to start out by watching the video How to Speak Chemisterian, which is number 11. We've already watched the first half of the video, but I'm going to replay it just as kind of a refresher. And then realistically, the second part, once it starts going into acids and bases, is the new content. I stopped the video in class before that, so that's basically what we're doing now. Again, that's number 11, and then we'll be right back in to discuss how to name acids. And no, it's not Bob. All right, welcome back. Real quick note to distance learners, I did link the video that we just watched on Google Classroom along with the timestamp. That timestamp is a table of summary of what we're about to talk about as far as naming acids goes. You are allowed to have a copy of that table on your quiz and test of this chapter, so make sure that you get that information so you're not at a disadvantage. Personally, I'm more worried about you being able to apply than memorize. All right, so in our supplements, we're on page 149. In our textbook, we're on page 249. Okay, so 149 and 249 respectively. And let's go ahead and talk about naming acids. The names for acids differ from the names of the molecular compounds from which they form, since they differ in their properties. We shall look at two categories of acids, which we'll call binary acids and oxyacids. Okay. Very quickly, for example, HCl, hydrogen chloride, is still a correct name of that chemical. I don't want you guys to walk away thinking that's incorrect. It's just not its preferred name. Okay, it's still a correct name. It's just not the best name. Does that make sense? For a brief example, okay, my name is Mark. None of you should refer to me as such. Okay, because you're still in high school. That's how that works. Once you graduate, I don't care. But because of the rules here at the school, you should refer to me as Mr. S, or if you're feeling particularly ambitious, Mr. Skorzynski. Does that make sense? Mark is a correct name of mine. It's not the preferred one. Does that make sense? Okay, it's the same thing. Hydrogen chloride is a correct name. It's just not the preferred one. Okay, instead we tend to call it hydrochloric acid. Okay, for reasons we're going to discuss. Now, binary means what? Two. So we're talking about an acid that's only made up of two pieces. Now, since it's an acid, what does it have to have? Hydrogen. Okay? So that means there's only one piece left to identify. Okay? So because we must have hydrogen, and because it's only going to have two things, and the other thing is not going to be water, okay? Okay, sorry, the other thing is not going to be oxygen making water. That's what I meant to say in my head. Made sense. Anyway. We're going to start out with the prefix hydro from hydrogen, because hydrogen is going to be one of the main compounds in here, and this is going to have no oxygen. Okay? Even though acids are defined by their capacity to carry hydrogen, they are usually named by how much oxygen is there. Okay? So, since there's no oxygen, we need to specify that by saying hydro. Okay? So, for the word hydrogen. Then second of all, we use the stem or root of the name of the nonmetal. Okay, again, using hydrochloric acid, I'm going to keep using that one. We're going to use the chlor as far as the root. Does that make sense? Because chlorine, okay, we're going to use the chlor root. Then ic, okay, instead of saying chloride, we'll say hydrochloric. Okay, does that make sense? Hydro indicates it's hydrogen only. Chlor tells us it's chlorine. Ic tells us that it's just that suffix. And then we add the word acid. It's called hydrochloric acid. That is its preferred name, not hydrogen chloride. All right, does that make sense? Anytime you're dealing with an acid, you need to follow these rules. Now, that's assuming there's no oxygen. Now, a couple quick examples, okay? If I have HBr, that would be hydrobromic acid. We use the stem of bromine. Does that make sense? All right, H2S, hydrosulfuric acid. Does that make sense? Okay, it's pretty straightforward. This is perhaps one of the easiest things here. It's once you start adding oxygen, the naming gets a little bit more complex. So far, so good? Okay, now let's talk about oxyacids. All right, if you're talking about the name of the ion or the name of what you would normally name the chemical, okay, you guys have the ion sheet on the back of your periodic table, yes? Okay, that's where you're going to really look for these suffixes. Okay, so if it ended with ate, you're going to replace it with ic acid. Okay, if it ended with ite, you're going to replace with us acid. Now, the video goes into way more detail about why. This is the rule. Okay, that's the short version. Actually, if you go to Oh, never mind, I don't have it. I thought I had it at one point. Weird. Okay. Anyway, so let's go ahead and look at this. If we look at HNO3 and we look up NO3, that's nitrate, right? Okay, so if we look at nitrate, that's going to become nitric acid. Okay, first of all, notice no hydro. Okay, once there's oxygen in there, that's a nitric acid. Now, if I use HClO2, that contains chlorite, so we name it chlorous acid. Okay, and that's how we go from there. Now, real quick, if phosphorus or sulfur are in the original ion, okay, this is kind of a quick sidebar. We use the underlined portion here to show it as the root and not the shortened form of the name of the ion, excuse me. Why do I not have an example? Okay, so your ions will have different names. Let me get out my ion sheet here. Okay, this is one of those where it's an exception to the rule. Let me see here. The example is on the top of page 250. In table 15.3, if I have phosphate, okay, because normally we shorten it to phosphate, I'm going to still say phosphoric acid, not phosphic. Does that make sense? I need to reintroduce that part of the stem. Sulfite becomes sulfurous acid. Sulfate becomes sulfuric acid. So sulfur and phosphorus are the two where you need to know that difference. Okay, so that's the real catch here. Past that, it's whatever the ion is, just replace the suffix. Okay, but sulfur and phosphorus, excuse me, due to the nature of needing that R because you have a vowel, okay, we reintroduce it. All right, so let's go ahead and go through example 15.1. Now you have 3 samples there in your supplement. I want you guys to take just a minute and try naming it on your own. I'm going to go over the answers in just a minute, but you have all the rules. We've done some examples already kind of in class, so I want you guys to try to name those 3 acids. Bottom of page 149. I'm sorry, you're not, yeah, you are naming them. So you're going to need your ion sheet, look it up, and go from there. Because this is a big part of what we're doing in this chapter. All right, let's go ahead and start walking through these. NO2, what's the name of that ion, first of all? Nitrite, good. What do we replace it with? Us. So it becomes nitrous acid. All right, so that should be what you have. Looking at the next one, what does C2H3O2 is what ion? Acetate. So we replace ate with ic, so this becomes acetic acid. All right. Then we have H2CO3, so let's look at CO3 and find out what that is. Carbonate. Okay, 8 becomes ic, so carbonic acid. Okay, pronunciation may change slightly based on the new suffix, but it's the same thing. All right, does that make sense? Okay, pretty simple once you know the rules. All right, so make sure you guys are practicing that. Now, we need to discuss some other special cases and special names, but that is the basic idea of what we're talking about here. Now, an acid such as hydrochloric acid or nitric acid that can only use one proton is what we call a monoprotic acid. Okay, looks like a really big name. Let's break it down. Mono means one. Okay, protic. Think about it. What is hydrogen? One proton. So when we say protic, it's how many protons the acid has. So we're saying one proton. Make sense? So monoprotic, is an acid which can only lose one proton. Again, key example here, hydrogen chloride. It only has one hydrogen to give up, or aka one proton. Make sense? Okay, so that's monoprotic. Acids that lose two protons when completely ionized are called diprotic. Again, it means there's two hydrogen or two protons. Let me see here. And acids that lose three protons when completely ionized are called triprotic. It may take several steps, okay, under diprotic. The reason for two chemical equations is because step one is it loses one ion, and then step two, it goes back and forth whether or not it loses that second ion or not. Okay, I'm sorry, not ion, hydrogen. Triprotic, same thing. You notice it can go back and forth kind of, okay, but we can get down to where it loses actually all three hydrogen. Now, you may have noticed no, I bring it up later. Okay. So I'll come back to that. Diprotic and triprotic acids are polyprotic. Poly just means many protons. That's all it's saying. Acids that lose two or more protons upon complete ionization. I don't know if quadprotic or whatever past that would be. I don't know if they exist, but we're moving on. I think that your limit is 3 because of the number of bonds. Anyway, moving on. Real quick note, when writing the formula of an acid, the acidic hydrogens are written first instead of combined with any other hydrogen. So for example, we write HC2H3O2, okay? Because that H3 is part of a bigger ion. It is not something that can be gotten rid of. Does that make sense? That is a separate ion by itself. It's not going to decompose. So that H in front is the only part that's acidic. It's the only part that can break apart. So when we write it, we write HC2H3O2. Yes, by mass, there's 4 hydrogen. There are 4 hydrogen there. There's only one that's effective for an acid. Does that make sense? Okay, so we separate it out from any H's that may be present in your ion. Do not combine them. We wouldn't write, it would be wrong to write C2H4O2 or H4CO2O2. That makes sense. All right, does that make sense? So just make sure that you keep that one hydrogen that's being combined with, in this case, acetate. Okay, well, we write hydrogen, then acetate. We keep them separate. Okay, does that make sense? Just one quick note there. Just because there's more than one hydrogen in the thing doesn't mean it can lose more than one hydrogen. Okay, even though there's 4 hydrogen present, it's still monoprotic. Does that make sense? Do you guys see that? Okay, so that's the idea here. Now, oxygen tends to form ionic compound metals, elements toward the left in the periodic table, and covalent compound elements toward the right of the periodic table. Many of these oxides can be classified as acidic or basic depending on how they react with water. For starters, when carbon dioxide molecules dissolve in water, some of them react with water to form carbonic acid, which ionizes to a small extent in water to form hydronium ions, producing an acidic solution, as shown in equation 6. Now, an oxide that can combine with a water molecule to form an acid is called an acidic anhydride. Now, we need to stop and refer to what is an anhydride. An is often, or just the letter A at the beginning of a word, is sometimes called an alpha negative. It actually stems back to Greek. I'm not getting into Greek in here, aside from what's necessary for, the math. But the alpha negative just means, okay, you take the word and you flip the meaning. It means not. Okay? Hydride means containing water. Anhydride means without water. Does that make sense? Okay? So that's the idea. So an acidic anhydride is an oxide that can combine with a water molecule to form an acid. Okay? So CO2 by itself is not an acid. Carbon dioxide is not an acid. It does not contain hydrogen. However, if you dissolve CO2 in water, for example, in, I don't know, soda, it's an acidic hydride. Once it forms with the water, it creates a mild acid. Okay? You may have seen carbonic acid as an ingredient. That's because that's what carbon dioxide becomes when it's dissolved in water. Again, just because acid does not mean absolutely awful for you. Your stomach's made of it. Throwing that out there. Doesn't mean it's great for you either. Moving on. Where's my thought? Similarly, SO2 and SO3 are the acidic anhydrides of sulfurous acid and sulfuric acid. In general, nonmetal oxides tend to be acidic anhydrides. So you might want to put after acidic anhydride that it tends to be a nonmetal. Oh, it's already on your notes. Never mind. Okay, so if it's mixed with a nonmetal and it's an oxide, it's probably an acidic anhydride. Okay? Does that make sense? Where it's not an acid by itself, but if you dissolve it in water, it becomes an acid. Follow me? Okay, carbon dioxide is not an acid. You don't breathe out acid. You're not acid-breathing humans. Okay? Although that would sound way cooler. Okay, we just produce something that could be an acid if it's dissolved in water. So hey, there you go. When you exhale in the pool, you're an acid-breathing human. Moving on. All right, there you go. There's the fun. All right, Na2O combines with water to form a base, essentially. So we call this a basic anhydride. Okay, this is an oxide that can combine with a water molecule to form a base. In general, the oxides of alkali and alkaline earth metals are basic anhydrides. Okay, so same idea. It's not a base by itself, but if you dissolve it in water, it becomes a base. All right, does that make sense? So that right there is really the key thing. I cannot see the minute hand. There we go. Let's see here. All right, that's where we're going to leave off for today. That's actually right where I wanted to end up, so that works. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about 15.2, or at least I think we're going to finish it. Yeah. Tomorrow, we'll talk about 15.2. We're going to talk about what we mean when we mean the strength of an acid and base. I'm going to kind of pre-teach something, though. When we say the strength of an acid and base, we do not mean its concentration. They are different things. We tend to, in English, refer to how strong something is by how concentrated it is. For example, strong coffee is just coffee without a lot of water that's been added. Does that make sense? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about strength of an acid or base by itself. We'll talk about it more tomorrow, but I just want to mention that now, kind of get the idea of concentration out of your head when we talk about it. We say concentrated or diluted acid if we were referring to that. Strong and weak acid or base refers to something entirely different. But we'll talk about it tomorrow. Keep in mind, make sure you're working on that chapter homework. It is lengthier than usual homework. I went through and looked at it today. So you guys now have the ability to complete everything from 15.1. Also, want to point out, I didn't print my stuff. Never mind. I'll point it out later. All right, I will see you guys there. Or later. Yes? What about it? It's not all been done yet.
if I can get this working. There we go. All right. We're going to be on page number 271 today, page 271, section 9.7, comparing receipts and payments. Often a family or business will compare their records of how much money was paid out to records of how much money was received. Generally, more money should be received than paid out. Of course, heavy expenses such as a house mortgage may result in more money being paid out than taken in for a particular week. However, other weeks should have less paid out than taken in to compensate for the weeks that have a deficit. Okay, that means more expenditures than income. So we're going to learn to compare those two together. In our model problem right here, number 1, Darren Goddard has a total cash receipt of $416.89 for the week of December 9th. His total cash payment was $387.14 for the same week. How much more money did he receive than he paid out? Okay. So we're going to subtract the 2, and we find out that he got $29.75 more than he paid out. Okay. Number 2, the week of December 16th, Darren Goddard had total cash receipts of $427.09 and a total cash payment of $489.10. Okay, find his cash deficit. So he paid out more this week than he brought in, and he paid out, you subtract the 2, he paid out $62.01 more than he brought in. Okay, so the other weeks in December, he should have brought more money in to compensate for that deficit. 1 week, Susan Evans had total cash receipts of $72.09. Her cash payments were $42.06, $15, $29.83, and $4.76. How much her finances were deficient for the week. So we add it all up, and she had $91.65 in cash payments. So this is all money that went out. And then she brought in $72, so we subtract the 2. And she had $19.56 cash deficit. Okay? So, deficits and payments, that's what we covered today. Your quiz for tomorrow is going to be 9.1, 9.6. Quiz on Thursday is going to be 9.1 to 9.8. And the test, I should have told you guys sooner, but this is a quarterly exam test. So it's going to cover chapter 7 through chapter 9. Okay? But we have all day Thursday with just that one quiz on Thursday. So I'll give you guys some sort of review on Thursday. And then get that to you guys. Okay? Homework for tonight. We're going to do, again, questions 1 through 10 on page 272. Questions 1 through 10. And I'll get that posted here on Google Classroom in just a second. Okay? So, that's it for class today. Make sure you guys study for your quizzes.
that works. Those of you in distant learning, please let me know if you can hear me. But page 133 in our literature book. I'm just going to take some notes. Let me grab my PowerPoint here. But last night you should have, well, for one, studied page 490 from Byronic Hero to Comedy. Oh my gosh. Hang on. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, and then also should have read the first few parts of The Life of Samuel Johnson. And just some things about Samuel Johnson before we really get into it. Page 183. So if you want to highlight the author of Samuel Johnson, A Short Song of Congratulation. Samuel Johnson, if you note at the very bottom of his biography, he was the greatest writer of the 18th century. So you want to mark that about him. Samuel Johnson was the greatest writer of the 18th century. He wrote this, this work, A Song of Short Congratulation. Emma, can you take your hood off, please? In this work, he's kind of talking about, if you guys look at the very first line, it says, long expected 1 and 20. Okay, so obviously in older times they say, oh, if you're 21, you're 1 and 20. Okay, but the man, or whoever he's addressing in this poem, he just turned 21, and then he kind of goes on. If you guys read throughout, look at the the little excerpt on the right-hand column next to your poem. Okay, it says, the tone of this poem is ironic because the speaker says one thing but means something else. Okay, so if you read it, you kind of see that the speaker's tone really is kind of sarcastic in a way where he's congratulating someone who just turned 21. And he's saying, yay, all of this stuff comes, obviously, we know 21 to be, obviously, the legal age and whatnot. But same thing here. If you guys look in line number 3, pomp and pleasure, pride and plenty, great Sir John, are all your own. He's basically saying now that you're 21, you have a lot of freedom, basically. And if you read on, it says, look at the second stanza, loosen from the miner's tether. Obviously, like I said, it was kind of like a congratulation of, congratulations, you're now free. But now you're free to make your own choices. And then he says, free to mortgage or to sell. Those of you in distant learning, we're on page 183 in our literature book, okay? Sorry if it's a little blurry. I don't really know how to fix that, but anyway. Okay, so it says, free to mortgage or to sell, wild as wind and light as feather, bid the slaves of thrift farewell. Obviously, a lot of parents, they do like to, withhold your parents' money or withhold money from their kid, obviously, because kids, some of them, not saying everyone, some of them have, 0 sense of saving money. They like to spend it. But now, I read about somewhere where back then when someone turned 21, they were already able to get their inheritance regardless if the parent was dead or not. So because this man, he had his inheritance already, he was free to mortgage or to sell. He was wild as the wind, light as of a feather. He bid the slaves of thrift farewell. Obviously, he wasn't bound to saving money anymore. He's saying how the man is free to do what he wants. We also see this in line number 3, or not line number 3, stanza number 3. He says, call the Bettys, the Kates, the Jennies, every name that laughs at Carrie's basically saying, a lot of girls maybe that he was interested in. Lavish of your grandshire's guinea, show the spirit of an heir. All that prey on bison volley, joy to see their quarry fly. Here the gamester light and lolly, there the lender grave and sly. He says, wealth, Sir John, was made to wander. Let it wander as it will. See the jockey, see the pander, which is a person who encourages another's vice. Bid them come and take their fill. He's basically saying surround your people that are encouraging your lifestyle. Surround yourselves with people who are encouraging your lifestyle. And then look at the very last stanza. It says, if the guardian or the mother tell the woes of willful waste, scorn their counsel and their pother, you can hang or drown at last. And again, this tone of this poem is very ironic because in one way he's saying, yeah, sure, do whatever you want. But in the end, look at the very last line. It says, you can hang or drown at last. So this poem is actually a warning to the young people of the age. Once you turn 21, you should probably be responsible with what you got, because even though it's so tempting to, obviously live a lavish lifestyle with all the money that you've just gotten, it's so tempting to party all the time. Is it working? It's so tempting to party all the time and whatnot, but obviously there's also a punishment at the end of everything if you've lived your life very foolishly. And that's kind of what the purpose of this work is. It is a warning of encouragement of constantly, or the way that he's encouraging people of constant spending and short-sighted pleasure is actually really a warning against such recklessness. I don't know if it's on. I don't know why it's not working, but hang on. Okay. Is this working now? There it is. Okay, so just make sure with this, a short song of congratulation. You know what you want to know, it was written by Samuel Johnson. He was the greatest writer of the 18th century. And just kind of some background to him. Perhaps his greatest work was his work that he did on the dictionary. And then, like I said, with the short song, sorry, that's a little tongue twister, a short song of congratulation. It was kind of a warning against, obviously, spending and short-sighted pleasure, and warning against the recklessness of spending too much and just kind of living that lavish lifestyle. Okay? So that was a short song of congratulation. You want to know how old he was? 1 and 20, well, obviously 21. He was addressing Sir John. He was Sir John Lade, which was a nephew of Johnson's friend. Okay? Sir John, that's at the very bottom explaining who it was. Okay, go ahead and turn the page to the life of Samuel Johnson. Okay? The life of Samuel Johnson. This was perhaps it has been called the greatest biography in English literature. Okay, you want to know that about this work. The life of Samuel Johnson. And obviously we know a biography to include facts about people's lives, their story, what people write about other people. In this case, James Boswell, he was Samuel Johnson's biographist. He was the one who kind of studied Samuel Johnson's life and was the one who was interested in writing all of it down, as we see in the life of Samuel Johnson. And you were to read to Rosellis on page 189 last night. So let's talk about his early life. Okay, on page 184, just some things of his early life. We see that he was born at Lichfield in Staffordshire on the 18th of September in 1709. And then in this excerpt, it kind of gives an account of that he was a very smart child. If you guys look at the second paragraph, it says, when he was a child in petticoats and had learned to read, Mrs. Johnson, his mother, one morning, put the Common Prayer book. We kind of read a little excerpt of that in the beginning as well, the Book of Common Prayer. So she gave this book to little Samuel Johnson, and she says, Sam, you must get this by heart. She basically wanted him to understand its concepts. Well, what happened? She says, or it says, she went upstairs, leaving him to study it, but by the time she had reached the second floor, she heard him following her. What's the matter, said she. I can say it, he replied, and he repeated it distinctly, though he could not have read it more than twice. He's basically saying that this kid was kind of more of a prodigy. He was a genius. He already read through the Book of Common Prayer when he was little. And then it goes on to say, if you guys look in the next paragraph right above the epitaph that he wrote, it says, it is told when a child of 3 years old, so Samuel Johnson, he was only 3, he chanced to tread upon a duckling, so he accidentally killed a duck, the 11th of a brood, and killed it, upon which it said he dictated to his mother the following epitaph. So he killed a duck, and he told his mom to write down these words as kind of like the final words that go for a resting place, on a resting place for the little duck. He says, here lies good Master Duck, whom Samuel Johnson trod on. If it had lived and had been good luck, for then we'd only had an odd one. Obviously, it was the 11th duck, so it was an odd number, so it's kind of a play on words there, but apparently he was only 3 years old. I don't know how true this is, but he was 3 years old, and basically it just told of an account of how smart he was as a kid, okay? It says he was first taught to read English by Dame Oliver. He never joined the other boys. You guys see at the very top of page 185, he was never really into activities such as sports, but one kind of funny thing that it said that he did with his friends was that they kind of tied a rope around him because he was kind of a larger size. That's at the very top of page 185. It says, he took pleasure in being drawn upon the ice by a boy barefooted who pulled him along by a garter fixed round him. No very easy operation, as his size was remarkably large. And so basically he had fun with his friends, but they would pull him around on the ice by a string. So kind of gave a little insight to his character. He was very smart. He didn't really like sports, kind of that sort of thing. But look at the university, okay? At the university, you want to note, look at on page 185 on the right-hand side, okay? Kind of the second to the last paragraph. You want to know that he didn't finish college. He wasn't able to finish college. It says his poverty prevented him from having the advantage of a complete academical education, okay? So just know why he wasn't able to finish college, but he was also very smart in college. His professors loved him. He was always studying. It says, so that when I came to Oxford, Dr. Adams, now the master of Pembroke College, told me that I was the best qualified for the university that he had ever known come there. So his professors thought he was very smart, but unfortunately his poverty, and in the same paragraph, it kind of talks about his debts in college, how his dad ended up dying and couldn't help him out with his money. It says he was compelled by the necessity of leaving the college because it was causing a lot of heartache and difficulty for him. So he never finished. But look at marriage, okay? So Johnson had from his early youth been sensible to the influence of female charms. Talks about his wife in this section. So we know that James Boswell studied every aspect of Samuel Johnson's life. And obviously he studied marriage. Marriage is a significant part of somebody's life. Look on page 186, okay? Look at page, or actually the very bottom on the left-hand column. It says, though Mrs. Porter was double the age of Johnson. So he actually ended up marrying a woman that was twice his age. That's kind of odd, but Mrs. Porter was someone who lost her former husband, obviously. And then something happened on their wedding day. If you guys look at the very bottom on page 186, the left-hand column, before the paragraphs before beginning the dictionary, it says, I have heard from my illustrious friend the following curious account of their journey to the church upon the nuptials morn, July 9th. So I heard of a story that happened on their way to the church to get married, is what he said. Sir, she hath read the old romances, and had gotten into her head the fantastical notion that a woman of spirit should use her lover like a dog. So, sir, at first, she told me that I rode too fast. So here they are, riding to the church. The woman, or Mrs. Porter, kind of told him that he's riding too fast. So he wanted her to slow down. So then he says, when I rode a little slower, she passed me and complained that I lagged behind. So he was already having a bunch of problems with her. She says, you're going too fast. And then when he slows down, she says, you're going too slow. So what did he do? This is what happened. He said, I therefore pushed on briskly till I was fairly out of her sight. The road lay between two hedges, so I was sure she could not miss it. He said, I just went on past her and then was going to wait for her at the next stop. And then when she finally caught up to him, it says, I observed her to be in tears. So she basically on their wedding day was kind of upset that he was being a jerk and left her in the dust, basically. But that's just kind of a funny story that he kind of mentioned about their marriage. But it did say that their marriage was a happy one and he really loved his wife. Okay? Beginning the dictionary, you want to highlight the year he began the dictionary. It says the year 1747 is the distinguished as the epoch when Johnson's arduous important work, his Dictionary of the English Language. You want to mark that in your notes. 1747 was the year, was announced to the world by the publication of its plan or prospectus. So he kind of wrote this, or he began it in 1747. We kind of said this earlier. The dictionary was perhaps his greatest work that he did work on. If you guys look towards the middle of the next paragraph, he kind of got this inspiration from his brother Robert. It says, when Johnson was one day sitting in his brother Robert's shop, he heard his brother suggest to him that a dictionary of the English language would be a work that would be well received by the public. So he kind of got that idea from his brother Robert. But this is in 1747. And then the next page, still talking about the beginning of the dictionary, was kind of talking about some dialogue between a man named Adams, Dr. Adams. And Dr. Adams basically was just asking him questions about his dictionary. If you guys read a couple sentences down, it says, Adams says, but sir, how can you do this in 3 years? So Samuel Johnson was actually trying to plan to write a dictionary in 3 years. But then if you continue on, Adams says, but the French Academy, which consists of 40 members, took 40 years to compile their dictionary. So the French dictionary took 40 years, but then here Samuel Johnson was trying to write a dictionary, a revised dictionary in English, in 3 years. And so he obviously didn't think it was going to be done, but Samuel Johnson was very determined. And actually, it took him 6 years. We'll read about that later on when he ends up writing or completing the dictionary on page 188. But it did take him 6 years, but it just kind of shows us how determined he was and how smart he was of his time. That's why he was considered to be the greatest writer of the 18th century. You want to highlight The Rambler. The Rambler is the book that kind of like periodicals and stuff that the other Richard Steele and Joseph Addison wrote. He also produced The Rambler, okay? It was his last paper. It was published on March 2nd this year, after which there was a cessation for some time. It was just something that he worked on to kind of give him something else to work on besides the dictionary, but he was still working on the dictionary. We see this also. Another section of the story was talking about how his wife died. It says, after closing his Rambler, he suffered a loss there can be no doubt affected him with the deepest distress, for on 17th of March, his wife died. So that was something that kind of also influenced him to stop writing for a time. On page 188, it says, his suffrage upon the death of his wife were severe, beyond what are commonly endured. These sufferings were aggravated by the melancholy inherent of his constitution, and although he was probably not oftener in the wrong than she was, he basically was saying that he wished that he didn't have little disputes with his wife. He was wishing that he spent more time with his wife, and we read that in the second to the last paragraph underneath the death of his wife. And kind of how true it is. Sometimes it's kind of sad, but a lot of people don't realize what exactly they have until it's gone. And not that he was a horrible husband, but he just wished that he spent more time with his wife and that he didn't really argue about the little things that didn't really matter, that don't matter in the end. So he was just kind of giving account of how much he loved his wife. If you guys see that in 1747, that was the year that he began his dictionary. He completed it in 1753. You want to highlight that. Completing the dictionary. He now, 1753, relieved the drudgery of his dictionary and the melancholy of his grief by taking an active part in the composition of The Adventurer. So we know that in 1753 was the year he completed his dictionary. Okay? And then tomorrow we'll pick up with the Rasselas and then the end of the life of Samuel Johnson, but you want to read to the end on page 195. Okay? So read, last night you were to read up until 189. So just read Boswell meets Johnson. So obviously the biographer who's writing the story, he actually meets Samuel Johnson, and then all the way to the end, okay, on page 195. And then also mark what there is to know about James Boswell on page 195. All right? Go ahead and put that away. And then take out your grammar books. So you should have already turned in your, what's it called, your topic for the research paper. If you have not done that already, just write it on a sheet of paper and then turn that in by the end of today. But today we're going to talk about what's expected for the research paper, okay? So go ahead and take out your grammar books and your workbook particularly and turn to the section, the composition section on page number 275, okay? Page 275. All right, so you should have already been planning out your paper, okay? So you should have chosen a topic with which you can write a lot about. So again, Emma, you chose nursing, so you probably need to choose an avenue that is more specific so your paper is not about the broad term of nursing, okay? Same thing with cosmetology, okay? Girls who are doing cosmetology, you can have that as a general term, but then make sure in your paper you're directing it towards specific cosmetology avenues that you can take, okay? So now that you're planning out your paper, look at page 275, okay? 64.1, select and limit the subject. So that's what I'm talking about, is selecting and limiting your subject. If you want to do nursing, okay? Like I said, do a really specific area of nursing or a degree of nursing. For those of you on distant learning, not distant learning, NOAA, if you want to do computer science or something like that, just make sure it's very specific, okay? But look at this. Look at letter E, okay? Look at letter E on page number 276, okay? Now that you have your topic, you want to make sure that you mention the three main points, or talk about the three main points that you want to of your topic, okay? For example, let's say whoever wants to be a veterinarian, okay? The first paragraph would have to be about the whole process of going, obviously, through veterinarian school, okay? Then the second paragraph would have to be in detail about maybe getting some experience of working at a clinic or something like that. Just steps to opening up your practice of being a veterinarian, okay? So it's not just the fact like, okay, I'm interested in this, and then this is about it, okay? Then a vocation topic, I want to know the steps of going to college for it, or studying it, or the qualifications of becoming something, okay? Not just the general terms of what it is, because anybody can Google what it is and just read off of that, okay? So your paper, the purpose of your paper is to show me the process of how to become whatever you want to be, okay? Or whatever you're interested in. So yes, you can mention what it is. I would probably think that would be in the introductory paragraph, okay? But let's look at it. I'm getting ahead of myself. But look at letter E, okay? Write out your purpose or your thesis, okay? Every good research paper has a thesis statement. And if you don't know what a thesis statement is, it's basically the sentence that introduces your entire paper, okay? So there are different paragraphs within a research paper, or an essay, obviously. But within a research paper, it might be more than 5 paragraphs, okay? So within an essay, let's say there is an introductory paragraph that kind of says the beginnings of what you need to, or it kind of introduces your paper, okay? And it has your thesis statement in it, okay? It has like a hook or maybe like a story that tells me why you became interested in what you are interested in becoming, okay? That's the introductory paragraph. It's not quite telling me what your job is or your vocation is. It's just kind of an introduction to the rest of the paragraph or to the rest of the paper, okay? So that's the introductory paragraph. Then we would have a body, okay? So the body of the paper obviously is the part where you're going to tell me, okay, the first paragraph is about studying in college, okay? What major you're going to major in, okay? How long it takes to study it, how long it takes to become or work towards maybe the grade point average that you need, maybe the qualifications in college that you need, okay? So this is where the first paragraph that I would be talking about, my first point, okay? Obviously the second paragraph or the second part of the body is when I would be talking about my second point, okay? So like you graduate college. Now, let's say, for example, if you want to become a doctor, you can't be a doctor right away. Obviously, you have your doctorate degree, but then you need to spend however many years in a residency, okay, and be a resident doctor, studying underneath a doctor, and then you need to talk about the hours or any examinations that you need to pass and talk about that in the second paragraph, okay? Then the third paragraph would be talking about the third point, which is the final steps in becoming a doctor, or the final steps in becoming a chemical engineer, or whatever you need. And it's either to pass any board exams, it's either to pass any kind of exam, or have a certain amount of hours for, experience, or different things like that. Okay, does that make sense? So if you guys look on the exercise, or letter E, writing out your purpose or your thesis, okay? So this is going to be included in your introductory paragraph, okay? So for example, this is a statement of purpose, all right? The purpose of this paper is to show how Jane Austen's writings were influenced by her social class, okay? So obviously, we're not doing a paper on the differences of Jane Austen's social class of her day. We're doing it on a vocation, all right? So you need to state the purpose of your paper. The purpose of this paper is to show the steps the steps that are needed to become whatever. Or the purpose of this paper is to show the reasons why I'm interested in becoming this, okay? So you need a purpose for your paper, which is included in the statement or into the introductory paragraph, okay? But look at this thesis statement, okay? The thesis statement actually is the sentence or the statement that kind of gives a little preview of what I'm going to read in your paper, all right? So for example, if you're ever reading a good book, okay, sometimes obviously each chapter talks about a different thing, but the beginning of the chapter, or the first book, or the first chapter of the book kind of talks about the little things that lead up to the big things in the towards the end of the book, right? So that's kind of what the introductory paragraph is. So you're not really going into detail of your paragraph or of your topic. You're just kind of stating a little bit of an introductory paragraph. And then tomorrow we'll look at some of those introductory paragraphs. I'll have a worksheet for you guys so that you guys can be more familiar with what I'm looking for with a research paper. But look at this thesis statement, okay? Jane Austen's position as part of the upper class of early 19th century British society gave her not only a subject for her novels, but also an opportunity for writing, okay? And this statement is telling me how she is the position, she has an upper class position. And so how the upper class position in the early 19th century is going to give her kind of like an overview, or kind of like this, because she was because she was in upper class, it kind of gave her a lot of things to write about, mainly the upper class, saying because of her upper class position, it gave her subjects for writing her novels, but because of also her position, she has an opportunity to write novels, because not very many people knew how to write. Not very many people had the means or the opportunity to write if they were from a lower class. So the purpose of the thesis statement is to kind of give me an overview of what your paragraph is going to be like. And like I said, tomorrow we're going to go through some exercises that will help us figure out our thesis statement for our topic, okay? All right, so let's see. So I wanted to give you the date where our first draft will be due. So from today, you will have 3 weeks to write it. It'll be due on March 19th. And then every day in class, or not every day in class, but we'll be able to talk about it. If there's any questions, that'll be the first draft, okay? So the first draft is due on March 19th. And this basically means from now until March 19th, you're researching about your topic, okay? You want to figure out what you want to mention of your topic, okay? You want to tell me what's so interesting about it. You want to tell me, like I said yesterday or before when I was mentioning topics, your topic has to be something that you can research. It can't just be something in general where you can't find a lot of credible sources on it, okay? If you're going to Google something, make sure that there's articles about your topic, okay? Maybe articles about cosmetology, articles about veterinary work, articles about chemical engineering from different scientists, okay? Make sure that there are different credible sources, some legit sources. You're not just going to look up on Wikipedia about the most random fact, okay? So you're looking up sources, you're writing those sources down, maybe the website. We'll go through working out a bibliography page, okay? Taking out some notes, maybe making some notes on a piece of paper of what you want to mention, or making a note or writing a quote that you want to mention. Okay, this scientist quoted this, or this doctor quoted this about my topic, okay? Anything, you're just gathering information, all right? So this week, you're gathering information, and then this week we're going to talk about how we're going to document that information, to make sure that you're looking up different sources for your paper, and different books maybe about your paper, different articles online about your paper, okay? So that's the homework for this week for our paper, is to research. The first draft will be due on March 19th, and this is when we want a kind of like a rough paper put together, some sort of paper of the direction you want to go with. I'll look at it and then edit it a little bit. You guys will edit it, and then obviously the second and final draft will be due later on, okay? So the first draft is due March 19th. That's 3 weeks from, 2 weeks from this Friday, 3 weeks from yesterday. So make sure you guys are working on that, okay? Are there any questions? All right, so go ahead and turn really quickly to section number 21, okay? Section 21. Just a few more minutes. Clear and logical construction, okay? Clear and logical construction. So with clear and logical construction, again, this section will help us in our writing. Look at 21.1, all right? Do not omit or take out words that are necessary for clarity, okay? So certain words within sentences are absolutely necessary in order for us to have a clear, concise sentence, okay? Look at letter A. Don't omit or take out a necessary verb, okay? Look at your examples. They thought they could do what no one had ever, or that had before, sorry. They thought that they could do what no one had before, Okay, look at the word had. Okay, it's kind of, it's italicized because that's telling us that we need a clarifying verb here. No one had what before? So we need to add the word done. They thought that they could do what no one had ever done before. Okay? So that's what it means. Don't take out a necessary verb. Look at letter B. Don't omit necessary articles, the words a, and the. Our neighbor has a black dog and a white dog. Okay? Or a black and white dog. Is it talking about a black and white, so they both have, it has black fur and white fur? Or does he have a black dog and a white dog? So make sure that you're clarifying with the articles. Don't take those out where they're necessary, okay? They built a field house and administration building, okay? Does that mean that the field house is the same thing as the administration building? So you need to put a necessary article there. They built a field house and an administration building. Okay? Don't omit necessary prepositions and conjunctions. We have great confidence and respect for our president. Okay? Prepositions and conjunctions, this one is kind of a little confusing, so make sure that you mark this. But you can't have confidence for somebody. All right? You can have confidence in somebody. Your handbook should be open, following along with us in class. We are on page 94, 21.1 exercise, or letter C. Okay? Don't omit necessary prepositions. Again, so this one is kind of confusing, so make sure everyone marks this. We have great confidence and respect for our president. You can have confidence for someone, but you can have confidence in someone. So you have to make sure you include that necessary conjunction or that preposition. Confidence in and respect for. Same thing. Do not imagine things. Will automatically correct themselves. Okay? It's telling us to not imagine things. All right? That doesn't really make sense here. You can't imagine that things will automatically correct themselves. Okay, so make sure that you are including necessary prepositions and necessary conjunctions. Okay, don't omit words necessary to complete an alternate comparison. Your suggestion was as good, if not better, than mine. Okay, again with this one, you can't say than mine. You have to say, your suggestion was as good as, if not better, than mine. Or your suggestion was as good as mine, if not better. Just make sure you note where those necessary words are in alternate comparisons. Look at this one. Gabe is one of the tallest, if not the tallest man in college basketball. Okay? This one is kind of incomplete, so you need to arrange it to where it says, Gabe is one of the tallest men in college basketball, if not the tallest. Okay, so kind of arrange those to where they complete the alternate comparison. Okay, and tomorrow we'll look over non sequiturs and parallelism. But tonight for homework, just go ahead and work on researching for your paper. And then we'll work on those exercises tomorrow. Okay, so no grammar homework. Finish literature homework, and then tonight for homework, turn in or do 7 through 12 2 times. Okay, vocab and definitions, number 7 through 12 from list 8. Okay, and make sure you're studying your poetic devices. That will be a quiz on Thursday. Okay, all right, you guys are dismissed. Yes.
Check 1, 2. There we go. Don't touch it. All right. This is why I like XLR way better than quarter-inch jacks. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. Just, yeah. Anyway, because even a bad XLR connection is better than a good quarter-inch connection. All right. 5.5, two variable inequalities. We are on page 251. Page 251. We're going to talk about two variable inequalities. Recall the four steps used to solve polynomial and rational inequalities. Find the zeros, partition the number line, test one value in each interval, and choose the intervals that satisfy the inequality. The same general process applies when graphing two variable inequalities, with the exception that the first two steps combine into one step. Because there are now two variables instead of one, an inequality with two variables is graphed on the Cartesian plane, as shown on the screen here. The first step in graphing a two-variable inequality is to graph the equation corresponding to the inequality. As an example, consider the inequality 2x minus 3y equals 6. Well, in order to draw the line, we can just think of it temporarily as 2x minus 3y equals 6. Now, it doesn't equal 6 though, and that's the problem. Okay, so this is where we would graph our line. We would still set up everything to get graphed that way. We'd find our couple of intercepts or our table of values or slope-intercept form and just graph the line like normal. The only thing you have to be careful with is you have to be careful of the boundary line, and that's this line here. Okay, because the solutions along the boundary line for this particular inequality do not satisfy the inequality, it can't actually equal 6, right? So that means we can get as close as we want to the line, but we can't touch the line. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. So instead, we would show it as a dashed or dotted line. Okay, and so from there, by the way, where they do is if it said like less than or equal to. Does that make sense? So if it had less than or equal to, then we could keep it solid. So we draw our line, and so we have that. And then what we do is we pick 2 points, one on either side of the line. If it doesn't go through 0, 0, that's one of my more favorite points to use because it makes the math real easy. Okay, as long as your line doesn't go through it, you can use it. Okay, and so you're picking one on either side, and then for the other one, we could test 2, -2. Okay, I try to pick numbers that are very close to being the same. It doesn't matter. As long as you have one on each side of the line, you plug it in and find out which point works. In this case, 0, 0 works, so that's the side of the line we shade. Okay, and you can see the math there on page 251. I'll show it in the examples as we go, but for the sake of just discussion, that's what we're doing here. Okay, if neither one works, you probably did something wrong. Go back and check. If both of them work, you probably did something wrong. Go back and check. Only one should work. Always do both because it's a good way to check for mistakes. Even if one was already found to be true or false, you still want to check the other point just to double check. All right, you have your steps on page 251. Let's go straight to example 5.5a. Would help if I had up my stuff. All right, example 5.5a. We're to graph the solutions to the inequality of 5x minus 3y is greater than or equal to 15. All right, so first step is to get this into something we can use as far as graphing words. Okay, so personally, I tend to prefer slope-intercept form. You can graph using whatever method you prefer. Again, intercepts, table of values, whatever. Personally, I prefer to use slope-intercept form. So solving this down, I'm not going to show all the work with it, but -3y then is greater than or equal to -5y, 5x plus 15. Divide both sides by -3, y is greater than or equal to 5/3 x minus 5. Yes. Huh? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Forgot sign changes because we divided by a negative. Normally I just consider it equal to find the line. But this becomes 5/3 x minus 5. All right, so this right here is my equation solved. Move that out of the way. If nothing else, that may be one of the best things about digital whiteboards, is that I can just move stuff. All right, so this is x, this is y, and now we can go ahead and graph. So I'm going to start at -5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to fill in the circle here. And then I'm going to go up 5 to the right 3. And there's that. Now, let me ask you this. Is equals an option? It's not a trick question. Is equals an option? Yeah. Okay. So that means I want a solid line instead of a dotted line. Okay. So I'm going to graph a solid line between these 2 points. And so as you would put your ruler down, okay, you would then just let your pencil draw a line like normal. If you're doing a dashed line, you would just dash it, obviously. All right, so then we need to do 2 test points. Okay, so I'm going to have one blue, and I'm going to use 0, 0. And then I'm going to go ahead and use, which one did they use? Yeah, it looks like that'll make the math nice and easy. It doesn't matter as long as you grab one, but I'm going to use 3, -5 for the sake of having one. So if I plug in 0, 0 to, whoops, nope, I want to use green for that one. Okay, so if I plug in 0, 0, we get 5 times 0 minus 3 times 0 is greater than or equal to 15. Well, is 0 greater than or equal to 15? No. So this does not work. Okay, so it's not going to go through this point. Okay, so instead, in the green one, if I have 5 times, let me see, x is 3 minus 3 times y, which is -5, is greater than or equal to 15. Well, I'm going to have 15 plus 15, negative of negative is positive, is at least 15. 30 is at least 15, yes? Cool. So this is the side I'm going to shade. That's it. That's how you did this. Cool. Easy enough? All right. Again, make sure graphs are done by hand. In this class, we will get to a section where we'll do computer-assisted graphing, but we'll do with that in 5.7. All right, 5.5b, they just show you what it looks like when it's a horizontal line. Just mentioning that. I'm not going to go back through that, but it's the same process. Example C, notice it can be a parabola. It's the same method, though. You just graph the original function, you ignore the inequality until it's dashed or dotted, and then you, from there, test 2 points. That's really it. That's all you guys are doing. All right, any questions? Cool. Practice 5.5 green. That's your homework tonight, and I will see you guys tomorrow.